Professor Miroslava Jarvomovich. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for your time. Please talk to greeting.
Okay, I will speak in Polish and I ask Veronika to translate into Japan my speech. Szanowni Państwo, mam ogromny zaszczyt powitać wszystkich Państwa na otwarciu konferencji oraz towarzyszącej wystawy InCAST 21, która jest trzecią edycją w ramach cyklicznego wydarzenia, jakim jest konferencja naukowo-artystyczna odbywająca się co roku w Japonii i w Polsce.
皆様、毎年日本とポーランドで開催される科学的芸術的海外である周期的イベントの第3弾である会議のオープニングとそれに伴う InCAST 21に皆様をお迎えできることを光栄に思います。
Tym razem konferencja i wystawa odbywa się w Japonii w Tokio.
今回は東京でカンファレンスと行うことがされます。
Z satysfakcją i uznaniem chciałabym podkreślić świetnie rozwijającą się współpracę naukowo-artystyczną artystów z Japonii i Polski mimo trudnego czasu pandemii.
パンデミックの困難な時期にもかかわらず、日本とポーランドの芸術家の優れた発展を遂げている科学的および芸術的協力を満足と感謝を込めて強調したいと思います。
Miejmy jednak nadzieję, że następne edycje będą odbywać się bezpośrednio, abyśmy oprócz poznawania swojej twórczości artystycznej i dorobku naukowego mieli możliwość poznać się osobiście i współpracować nie tylko online.
しかし、次のカンファレンスが直接開催されることを期待しましょう。そうすれば、私たちの芸術的作品や科学的成果を知るだけでなく、オンラインだけでなく、個人的に知り合い、コラボレーションすることも得られます。
Życzę Państwu owocnej i ciekawej konferencji oraz wspaniałych wrażeń artystycznych.
実り多い興味深い会議と素晴らしい芸術体験をお祈りします。
Wszystkich Państwa serdecznie pozdrawiam i konferencję uważam za otwartą. Bardzo dziękuję za uwagę.
これによりカンファレンスを開きます。ありがとうございました。
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your time. Next, from the Japanese side, Dr. Yoshihiko Asai, the chairman of InCAST Japan, I will give a greeting to the European participants. じゃあ、浅井先生、よろしくお願いします。
はい、こんにちは。Welcome to InCAST 2021 Japan. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. We are happy and really appreciate your cooperation for the event. We tried to have you all here in Tokyo, but we couldn't make it this time. So I made a video of Koenji in Tokyo, Japan, yesterday for you. So let me show you now.
Comprehensive event.
Wow.
Gathering. InCAST is a comprehensive event gathering across borders of academic disciplines, as well as across borders of industrial classification, university faculties, artists, and people working on daily issues in local town like here in Koenji, Tokyo, Japan, and all local regions around the world. We learned by COVID-19 the importance of cooperation between medical researchers and workers at local restaurants. We are living and sharing one world together. It was high time that InCAST must be started. I'm on the rooftop of the gallery named Uptown Koenji Gallery, where the first InCAST held last year. If we did not face the difficult situation in the last few years, you could have seen the view from this place with your own eyes. So I'll show you some from now. The illustration. You can see Shinjuku's tall buildings, economic and political center of Japan, including the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Office. Twin buildings. And next to it, you can find the tallest tower in Japan. We call that Skytree. When you come to Tokyo someday and climb the Skytree observation deck, please look for this building from the Skytree. Yes, and bigger than the Skytree. Western direction, you can find Mount Fuji, the highest mountain in Japan. Though it is in old history, the Tokyo area has been once covered with volcanic ash from Mount Fuji. There's no smoke on Mount Fuji today, but there is a possibility of eruption, so please be careful. Beautiful sunset, like pyramids. In the north direction, you can see the platform of the train station, Koenji. It takes less than 10 minutes from Shinjuku Station to Koenji Station, and less than 10 minutes on foot from Koenji Station to the gallery here. If you look to the east side again, you can see the night view of buildings. They are beautiful, aren't they? We are looking at the scenery together from different areas of planet Earth, using information technology through network cables, electromagnetic waves to your eyes, electric signals to your brain. Are they real? These things remind me the world, which is the theme of this InCAST 2021 Japan, Convergence Reality. Please enjoy presentations and the exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
浅井先生のは今ので、終わりですよね。で、いいんですかね。ちょっとまだ早いんですけど、今17時9分だから、スケジュールでいくと、little bit early ですよね。だからどうしようかな。
Do you have any questions?
Yes, please.
Do you have any questions? If you have any questions or comments. So, Professor
yeah, I have a question actually, if it's
really?
okay. So you've shown us the view from the rooftop of the gallery.
Yes.
Do you organize any events on the rooftop or art exhibits or something like that?
Do we have any events on the roof?
Yeah.
Roof?
Yes.
No. No.
That's a shame because the view is really beautiful.
Yeah. I just wanted to show you. And of course, if you can visit here, you can use the rooftop to drink beer or anything. In this season, in Japan, the weather is really good usually. So I really want you to come.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
How is the COVID situation now in Japan?
Sorry, I couldn't catch you. Please say it again.
How is the COVID situation in Japan now?
Oh, COVID situation. The number of the patient comes really decreased. So it's really good. We can be sure we can maintain the situation. So, but it became really good.
Are you open now for visitors overseas?
Almost, I think, but I'm not sure. It changes day by day. So, do you know Professor Saigo-san about that?
Yes, he is a friend, my friend. Tomash.
なんか COVID-19 の最近の状況はご存知ですか？なんか。まあ。まだ入国とか制限ありますよね。
徐々にでもなってるんじゃないですか、今。
まだ、yeah, it's still not good situation, but became very good. So I hope next year we can visit. We want to visit Poland or Europe, and we want you to visit Japan.
Yeah. Please invite me. Okay. Little bit early, but next presenter. The first presenter will be Professor Eureka. Are you ready? Eureka? 浅井先生は OK ですかね？今の挨拶ってことで。
Yes. Good morning to everybody. Hello to everybody. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello. Thank you for your very kind invitation to this symposium. My contribution to your question of the InCAST, in convergence of reality and convergence of reality, is from the point of view of an artist and a kind of art-based research. And so let's go through my PowerPoint. 1 minute, please. Can you see the pictures?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes. Okay.
So, yes, it's the question of reality behind the reality and the digital world. And so the title is Sea Level and Reality, and let's start at once. I want to share a very new experience which I had a few days ago. I went with my students to the flood disaster of last summer in North Rhine-Westphalia. It was about the flood. You heard it maybe from the newspapers or from the internet, a very bad flood disaster. And we went there to help cleaning the rubbish from the shore of the Aar. Aar is a river in the middle of North Rhine-Westphalia. So it's a question, what's behind this bad surface? We are living, from my point of view, in a double reality. The knowledge about the poisoning of the environment. This is full of poison, this water, after this catastrophe. And it's included this activity in my whole project. I call it sea level. And I want just to show you a few pictures from a house, very destroyed and empty. You can't live there anymore. And also it was a bridge, an iron bridge, and the water disturbed it and destroyed everything. So this is a monument of this disaster at the moment. And what's behind this surface? Water. It's the Cape of New Hope. You can see in South Africa. I went there a few years ago, and it reminded me what's also under the surface, the thousands of wrecks of ships resting beneath the rough surfaces of the sea and on the sea floor of the so-called Cape of the Good Hope. It's just an introduction. Wales, for example, the flood in Hamburg, in the north of Germany. This is now the point of view I want to focus on this morning. It's my art project about water, which might be combined to your topic of the day. Since 2019, I've been collecting water samples from rivers, oceans, fountains, springs, and so on. I archiving them and studying them under a microscope and making my images and codes visible. It's a digital reality, but we know it's the water. It's really just the water. But we can't see these pictures with our naked eyes. And so I'm interested in the imaging techniques used in especially medicine, reality under a reality, but it's true. It's what's the truth? Visible reality under a real reality. Is it a double reality? It's my question for today. So what does the water make visible? We see subcutaneous pictures. You see my collecting activity to the right side. And yes, you see subcutaneous images that contain and store messages from the water that tell us something about the water carriers with it. Micro contents of everything that water takes up and washes it in its river. So they contain information. For me, it's a big data information covered in water drops. It tells much about the civilization, landscape of nature's cosmos and universe. You see, it's from North Poland. It's just for the Poland friends in our group. It's from the Biennale in Venice, for example. This is from the point of view of my installation. I combined my water experiences and my researches in an installation, and here you can see it combined with the water with color elements, color series. In these series, water is in fact involved in the creation of images and forms, as can be seen from the microscope drop images. Water forms edges when drying and forms appear. It's also a kind of research and also a fact, you can see. I pick up on this property and turn it into an imaging making process with water and color to make the path of the water visible. I use colors as indicators and stir up color baths with either of high quality inks or acrylics or pigments. These are studio views, for example, an experience or with chlorophyll, wine, red wine pictures. It's like a laboratory in my work. And so I'm in between of science and art. And these are the results for that. Different compositions and activities. This is my dome at Seafloor. Some people of you knew it already or know it already. It's from an exhibition we did last summer of in Giudecca Art District together with Tomek Wendland and Arek and Andreas. Yes. Here is an infusion of saline solution hanging in the middle of the room and drips rhythmically on a cymbal. Dong, dong, dong. And yes. And the salt dries on the ground and creates also again forms. And here you can see my water drops animated. They are creating a space, a place, they are moving. So you are in between. I will repeat this project and show it again in another place, more filled with these water drops, so that the visitor is completely like under the waters. So I call the name of this installation is really Dome at Seafloor, to get the feeling to be at the sea floor. And now you should imagine also a sound, a music with singing, very solemn. For example, Georg Friedrich Händel, a German composer from the Baroque time, from the Baroque period, and also singing, improvisation, also with didgeridoo and with percussion, water percussion. Yes, that's my part for today. Thank you so much, and maybe you have any questions.
I have a question. Thank you for the presentation. I'm particularly interested in the subject of water storing the information. And I always knew that there is a saying that the water stores information. Never looked too much deep into it. And I was surprised that it's actually a scientific fact. Anyway, did you come across information, or perhaps you tested out yourself, how long the information is being stored? I mean, all these substances or elements you found in the droplets, as you mentioned, they store a lot of information, and it can be kept for a long time. But is it like it's constantly changing, and one substance is going in and the other one is going out? Is it as a cycle, or maybe I don't know if it's counted in months, years, or just a few days? So, if we look into the droplet, how many days past, how many days back I can see the history that is being stored in there?
Yes, it's a very interesting question. And another research. I didn't do that yet. I was just interested of a moment. And I think the water will change the information. It's influenced all the time from everything, from the light, the atmosphere, the temperature. So I think it's just a moment, a picture of a moment. I did it again, few samples I microscoped again. After a week, I could always see the face, I call it a face, the face, for example, from the Rhine, from the Mediterranean Sea. It's always with salt crystals. It's similar to the other samples, but the complete structure changes like water is. But I didn't do it like a scientist. Yes.
Thank you very much.
There is a famous Japanese scientist or researcher, Masaru Emoto,
Yes.
who was researching the water structures, and also he suggested that water can change its waves when human beings are speaking to the water or make sound. So it's very interesting that you combine sound and water together. And also, as far as I know, you are also a singer, so you have a kind of personal participation in it, like let's say healing water, isn't it so?
Yes, it is like this. I want to show you again a very interesting and curious phenomena. I scooped a water sample, for example, from a fountain. I have to share again my PowerPoint 1 minute to make it more clear. Because of the question of music, I used also a water. Can you see this? Yes.
Yes.
I scooped a water and I microscoped it at once, and then I took it in my studio and we played a violin sonata from Johann Sebastian Bach, and the water changes its face. It was really interesting. So you can see the influence, also the healing quality of water. And it's just a picture. It's again an image, a picture. And on the other hand, it's really it makes visible the influence. I know the work of Emoto. I'm very influenced from this research he did. He did it with ice, with frozen water drops, but I'm working with the warm water to the normal water drops, and I'm collecting it all around the world. So that's my point of view, and I'm combining it in a multimedia way. So just to underline what Tomek said.
Mm.
Are there any other questions?
Hello, I want one question. Can I?
Yeah.
Yes, and
if it's time left, I don't know. It's just 1 minute.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
no problem.
okay, thank you. So my question is also related to the question from the other two. So what do you find your work to wear beauty between the primordial, the nature, and your expression? What I mean that, in other words, the beauty of human cognition between phenomenon and the work of art.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you very well.
I'm sorry. So it's
yes.
rather such a philosophical question, and because of maybe that many people say that the beauty itself has a beauty, yeah,
Yes.
but like words of cosmos or such concept. but also that our sensor are human. I mean that the species as a human being is very limited for our for something that we can recognize as red and blue or green as a colors, but it really depends on our sensor organs. So that as a artistic work, it may be based on our sensor system. So that you can find that some aspect from the natural phenomenon, but you also that it transform or make a figure to the other ones, what you call it that artistic work. So there's some efforts for that to make a beauty or to make something where beauty. So so I want to ask you that what is your trial to between that natural phenomenon to the artist's work? Can you understand what I said?
I got it, yes. You mentioned the beauty behind. It's really impressive that you can see that I'm just making visible and taking my research results into a bigger context, and it's beauty behind. It's really beauty. The world is beauty behind the surface, and not only on the surface, also the surfaces might be beautiful. That's the one thing. And the other is that there is a truth, yes, a bigger or a deeper view into the reality itself. You can see things that make visible that all things are combined. Yes, and that there is more to be seen as we guess when we are living in our daily life. So that's because I'm working with this imaging techniques of medicine, for example, also with X-rays in recent works. So I'm, as an artist, I'm artist from painting, or a painter and an artist who's more working in visual arts. Visuality is my element, and so I'm trying to bring up to find out things that are behind. It's a question of visibility for me, and so sometimes it's beauty, and it's also true from my side. Just to see everything has an influence to all things around me. Yes. If I'm speaking, I'm changing the air, the atmosphere around me. If I'm talking to you, we are talking to each other, we are influencing each other, and so on and so on. And water is just a topic for me to show this, to make it visible. And I'm not a scientist. I don't have to judge to say that's a bad water, that's a poison water. I'm working with a phenomena. Okay, I hope I got it a little bit what your question was behind. Yes, but let's go on to talk to each other maybe. Okay. Yeah, in later times.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I hope it was a kind of answer for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's right.
That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Actually, your works are very beautiful.
I finish. Eureka.
Yes, I'm finished. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. And we have preparation time, 5 minutes. You okay? You right?
Okay, okay.
Wait a moment.
Okay.
5 minutes after next presenter will come. $5分長いな。
いや、私なら別にいいですけど。
すみません、今5分準備時間取りますって言っちゃってるんですけど、で、いいですかね。
長かったらいいですよ、始めても。
あんまり、だから最初なんで、オンタイムでやってった方がいいのかなと。ちょっと5分。
了解。
だから、日本時間で言うと、5時40分ですかね。スタートってことで、町田さん。
はい、了解しました。
はい、お願いします。ちょっと待っててください。だから。ポーランドタイムだと朝の9時40分ってことですね。
3 minutes left.
Yeah, so for now we have a 5-minute break before the next speaker.
Only three now.
Yeah, only 3 now.
それでは次のプレゼンテーターということで、町田聡なんですね。The next presenter is 町田聡さん。 で、このタイトル、テーマはアンビエントメディアってことですね。And this theme is this theme is title is ambient media. それではお願いします。
はい。Hello, everybody. My name is Satoshi Machida. I'm talking about ambient media. I bring my presentation on video. So, show you my presentation video.
Hello everyone, my name is Satoshi Machida. Now, I would like to present the case of ambient media.
聞こえてますか？
聞こえてます。
My background is as follows. 1979, currently a video and media artist 42 years at 2018 permanent video sculpture. Koi Ike Pond with carp. That reproduces the pond buried in the floor at Hasanuma Public Bath in Tokyo, Kamada. At 2017, 10 Dissect of Buddhism VR video. Mount Hiei Enasuke Ichikawa and Mount Hiei's Path Senichi Kaihogyo 1000 Day Circumambulation Practice. At 1982 announced 4 interlocking video sculptures at Aoyama Club, Shai. At 1980 Ginza Lunami Gallery announced video sculpture work, Electronic Amusement Park. At 1979 media installation with Laserium and video synthesizer. Membership of professional institutions. Projection Mapping Association of Japan Advisor. Director of Design and Technology Association. Ultra Realistic Communications Forum URCF Advisor. 3D Consortium Member. Terra Lab. Producer. A regional exchange base for learning from dementia. I also published a book in the 3D field. Now let's talk about today's theme, ambient media. Ambient media is a multimodal media based on media art that reconstructs the current surrounding environment by incorporating ambient that is different from the surrounding environment. Multimodal media refers to your 5 senses of eyesight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Ambient media packages the experience and rebuilds it elsewhere. Ambient media is often suitable for media art, but analog methods may be suitable depending on how you experience it. Next, I will introduce an example of ambient media. Title, Pond with Carp, 2017. Location at Public Bath in Tokyo. Purpose to reproduce the carp pond under the floor of the waiting room and let the guests relax. It uses the technique of video sculpture. Video sculpture is one of the effective methods of ambient media. I will explain the place where this video sculpture is installed with a photograph when the model is viewed from above. This is the entrance. Now take off your shoes and enter the front desk. The front desk is also a place to take a break. Koi pond is installed on the floor. The back of the front is a dressing room and a bathroom divided into men and women. This video sculpture has 4 contents according to the season. The sounds of this work, ambient sounds such as the sound of water and the voice of cicadas, can also be heard in the dressing room. In this way, this video sculpture provides an ambient that blends with nature throughout the public bath. Let's see how it is installed. This video was created by video artist Kentaro Taki. The image is simple, but it was extremely difficult because of my order that the actual shooting should be displayed from directly above and in full size. There is an episode about this work. The lower right photo. This is the front of the public bath. The old lady sitting behind saw the carp and said to the public bath staff, "It's hard work to feed, right?" When I heard this, I thought this work was successful. Title: Dedicate projection mapping to the temple for Joya no Kane, 2012 to 2018. Location: at the wooden Buddha hall built 700 years ago at the Buddhist temple, NUG, in Tokyo. Purpose: for those who wait to hit the Joya no Kane, by hitting the bronze bell 108 times, which is a Japanese Buddhist event on New Year's Eve. You can dispel the 108 desires of a person. Ambient media features also include changing the objects there to other objects. Projection mapping is the best way to do this. Let me see the opening part on how it is installed. This part is the 4 seasons of Japan and expresses the passage of time in a year. Title Kaori Vision. Kaori means scent. Location all locations where the fusion of movie and sense is effective. Purpose providing instantly switching sense in synchronization with the movie. The device contains 6 different scent cartridges that can be switched by Bluetooth in 0.1 seconds without leaving any scent. In this case, when walking on a walking machine, the movie and scent provide a state of walking outside. This is an example of the Mauritshuis Museum in The Hague, the Netherlands, which was held until August 2021. They say they collaborated on fragrance and painting at the exhibition for the first time in the world. Those who cannot visit the museum can get the experience kit that includes the commentary and scent device shown in the photo below and experience the scent in the same way as the museum. I think this is another great use case for ambient media. If you would like to know more about this initiative, please visit the Mauritshuis Museum website. And finally, I have introduced some examples of ambient media. There are also examples of VR and AR. In this way, ambient media brings a more realistic experience around you that includes the senses of smell, touch and taste. Other project of ambient media, Telepresence Project, XR Project, Sea of Clouds Project, others. Thank for your attention.
なんか今マイクがミュートになってます。
That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you have some question? Anybody?
Yes, I have a question for my friend Satoshi Machida. I want to ask you that projection mapping show, in which time frame it happens? What year it happens?
カーペッツってなんだなんて聞いてます？
ベロニカさん、ちょっとサポートお願いします。
Yes. わからなかった言葉は何ですか？
最後の言葉なんだっけ
Okay, Elias-san, could you please repeat the final part of your question?
Of course. What, in which year it happens, the projection mapping show? Which year?
プロジェクションマッピングは何年に起きましたか？行いましたか
？13年から18年まで毎年やってました。
So it was from 2013 until 2018. It happened every year.
Okay, great. Very nice projection show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Professor Wendland, you are muted, so we cannot hear you.
I have a question. As far as I understand, you are an author of this mapping, yes?
何
町田さんはこのマッピングの作家ですか？
いや、私はI'm a producer。そう。で、作家を集めて、この企画を実施したプロデューサーです。
So actually, Mr. Machida is not the author himself, but rather he is a producer who gathers the authors and promotes their work.
Is it a work of one artist or several artists?
Several artists include なんとかなvery young artist. This is not professional, but the opening is a professional making.
Okay.
This is part of opening. So the opening is that's a professional. Few members professional members include opening.
Thank you.
Welcome.
One more question. Is there any course in Sojo University or if you are a teacher of Sojo University, is there any course about mapping?
私がyou mean I'm working at the Sojo University?
Is my question.
No. No. I'm freelance producer.
Okay.
Yeah. In Tokyo.
And then I would like to introduce my new work entitled A Certain Point of View. I started my Buto dance career in 1980. I have been in the Buto dance troupe called DAY1 and then Dance Love Machine.
柴崎さん聞こえますか？柴崎さん。
もう今切れたよ。
なんか今のは録音されてるものの再生ですかね。
なんか聞こえてた。
今聞こえてる。自分のプレゼンテーションの、おそらくムービーかなんかが聞こえてるんですけど、町田さんに対する質問ではないですよね。なんかミステイクですかね。
Any question? じゃなければ。
じゃあ、どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. And we need have 5 minutes preparation time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes after. Thank you.
Thank you.
機材というかツール面のお話なんですけれども、誰かが間違ってマイクをオンにしてしまうことってあるんですけれども、三枝さん先生はですね、他の人をミュートにするとか、そういう権限を持ってますので、参加者リストからミュートにしていただくことは可能ですので、よければ使ってください。
これは表示っていうところからやるんですか？
参加者。いや、右に参加者一覧ないですか？なければ、下のメニューバーに参加者っていうのがあるんですけど。
下のメニューバーに参加者。
そうですね。
あります。
セキュリティの右に参加者があって、それを押すと参加者一覧が右側に出るんですよ。
出ました。
でそれを使って、はい、そこにいる人をミュートしたりできます。
で、これをオンになってる人の、ミュートをすることができるってことですね。はい、
そうです。ミュートの解除を求めることもできます。
わかりました。すいません。ありがとうございます。
せっかくなので、僕のこと試しにミュートにしてみてください。
鈴木さんはどこだ？これか。これミュートってことですね。で、OK ですかね。
はい、OK です。ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございました。次の松本さんは一応、日本時間の6時5分スタートということになりますので、よろしくお願いします。
画面見えてますでしょうか。
はい。では次に、松本ゆりさん。ですよね。松本ゆりさんの、プレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。The next presenter is ゆり松本。そして、title is 演奏の花。sense and the cognition ですかね。演奏の花、感覚と認知ということで、発表をお願いします。
画面見えてますよ。
画面見えてますよ。
画面共有したんですけど、見えてますか？
共有されてませんか？他の方見えてます？
見えてます。
されているかと思います。
はい、見えてます。
OK です。
はい、OK です。
はい。Hi everyone, my name is Yuri Matsumoto. I'm a media artist and UX designer. はじめまして、私は松本ゆりと申します。メディアアーティスト UX デザイナーとして活動しています。私たちのアート作品、演奏の花と、あと五感の融合が生み出す認知について、今回は15分で発表させていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。で、作品はこのような装置になっています。 ピアノと花畑。Our artworks shows a flower field and people can create their original flower field. They can play a piano. で、この作品はピアノで弾いた音を共感覚の色調のカラーホイールに適合させた色素を間の取り方、音の強弱で分類し、お花に変換して演奏者の周りの空間に花を生成します。連動した聴覚と視覚の感覚を享受して、人によってはすでに、経験したことのある感覚、つまり音によって色が見える感覚ですね。または人によって未知の感覚へ想像を巡らし、音への触れ合い方を新しく自分で想像することができます。こちら次からは1分30ほどの説明動画になります。I'll show you an introduction movie of our artworks. ここから、出てきた単語の簡単な説明に入ります。共感覚とは、ある一つの刺激に対して通常の感覚だけではなく、異なる種類の感覚も自動的に生じる知覚現象を指します。まだまだ定義が揺らいでいるところもあるんですけれども、今回は色調といって音によって色を見る人たちの感覚を、テーマとして使うということで研究などを漁りました。そうですね。で、共感覚はこの感覚を持っていないものとの共有が難しく、あくまでも人間の感覚においての差などで分別比較化が現段階では難しいので、諸説ある中の今回のアートワークスに適した研究結果や、カラーホイール、ロシアの、作曲家のアレクサンドル・スクリャービンは色調の感覚を持っていたとされる作曲家で、彼は、コード進行をもとにカラーホイールを作成していて、これはニーチェの光の光学の、数字12、虹の7つの音もう一つ言うならば12分割から来てるんですけれども、それと合わせて、音を色に直すというカラーホイールを作ってます。この、共通のルールに合わせて、花の生成というのをルール化しました。で、仕組みなんですけれども、ピアノの入力が始まると、MIDI 変換された電子入力信号がそのまま、PC の中の Unreal Engine というゲームエンジンの中で花に適用されます。で、ルール化されているので、その音の強弱、間の取り方、12音階のどの音かによって、出てくる花が変わって、これは液晶でもプロジェクターでも何でもいいんですけれども、空間に花畑を作ることができるという仕組みになっています。これが細かい説明になります。現実世界においては、ピアノでの入力、MIDI での電気信号変換、PC による、ルール化においてのオブジェクトの変換がされた後に空間への投影ということになっています。 で次は、最近展示した時の映像になるんですけれども、人々の行動の変化について話をしたいので、こちらの映像をご覧ください。I'll show you recently our artwork exhibition, and I want to talk about people's behavior about our artworks.これは10月の終わりにデザイナーと東京で行った展示の模様です。この作品のアートテーマは、テクノロジーを使い人間の感覚にアプローチし、今まで感じられなかった別の認知も想像させることによって、新しい反応や行動を引き起こすことを目的としています。人間の行動の変化なんですけれども、自分がピアノで生成した音が周りの空間に花畑として視覚化することによって、人は聴覚と連動した視覚情報を能動的に把握します。その結果、演奏による創造性を促し、ピアノの熟達度とは関係なく、演奏者は音楽との新しい関係性を模索するようになります。その過程で演奏や楽器に対する苦手意識を感じていた人も、楽器に対する接し方、演奏に対する意識が変化していきます。見ていた中で感じ取った、ピアノを弾くことに対する意識の変化のフローを簡単にまとめてみたんですけれども、ピアノを弾くことに対する意識の変化、苦手だった人や得意だった人はちょっと違う情報を与えられて行動が変わってきます。その時に音との自由な関係を築き、自由な学びを、実現します。この時に、音楽的に造形が深ければ深いほど、語動による行動によるカラーのグラデーションの変化、色相の補足による不協和音の変化などを自分からルール付けして学習していくことが可能になっているように見えました。それによって新しい価値観の創造性の回復が行われているように、展示の時に人の行動を見ていて思いました。いくつかのお客さんの行動をお見せします。この2人はある程度ピアノが弾けて連弾をしている様子です。もう2人で楽しんで連弾をしているんですけれども、うまく弾くというよりも花畑を作るということが演奏をすることによってどう生成されるかを楽しんで演奏してくれている様子になってます。もう一つの人は、これは全く弾けない人なんですけれども、3音の連打と、あとその外側の音、高い音は外側、低い音は内側に花畑として生成されるように作っているので、ひたすらに音を出すということを繰り返して自分の好みの花畑を作るようになりました。全くピアノは弾けないんですけれども、音というものを出すということに対してだいぶ行動が変化してきたように思えます。でこれがいろんな人が作った花畑なんですけれども、その人が好むコードや和音、間の取り方、音の強弱の出し方によって音符数などにもよりますが、全然違う花畑が各々個性的にできるというところもこの作品のいいとこかなと思っています。で、人が感じる現実の変化は、人が感じる認知の変化から生じるということが認知科学というか、認知の中では言われていることなんですが、テクノロジーによって拡張された刺激による内発的な動機づけを伴った認知の変化は、自分で認識する現実を変えていくことにつながるのだと思います。 で、こういったこと、認知の変化を必要としている分野は、教育や医療などの人の心や社会の発展に関わる分野では、新たな方法を得ることが期待されている分野だと思っています。認知を見直すことはまた空間利用やコミュニケーションの価値を見直すことにも有効であると考えられます。演奏の花はそういったことにも活用できるアートだと思っていますし、またアートというものの自由性は硬直した産業に新しい可能性をもたらすことがある。今後人間がより人間らしく生きるために模索される分野だと思いました。そうですね。以上、私の発表はこれで終わりになります。ありがとうございました。Thank you for your attention.
はい、ありがとうございます。誰か質問とかないでしょうか。Do you have some question? Anybody? どうでしょうね。
じゃあ、せっかくなので。
なんで10月の中でずれてたんですか？
まあ、今日もなんですけど、相変わら
ずノイズが入ってる。
ごめんなさい、ちょっとなんか喋ろうと思ったんですけど、変なノイズが入っちゃいました。今は大丈夫ですかね。
鈴木さんですね。
はい。はい。鈴木です。大変の、はい。質問いいですか？
はい。
はい。すみません。音乱れちゃったみたいで。なんかすごい、面白い作品で、出て楽しかったですね。なんか一個、コードって、例えば、セブンスとかナインスとか、なんだろう、重なる音によっては気持ち悪くなっちゃうコードとかあるじゃないですか。ごめんなさい。ちょっと聞き漏らしてたらあれなんですけど、それって、そのグラフィカルにはどういう、なんか、気持ち悪くなっちゃうものはやっぱちょっと気持ち悪くなるようにって狙って作ってるんですか？それともどんなものでもある程度きれいになるようにしてるんですか？
そうですね。音とその色相の変というか光の差なんですけれども、例えば不協和音がすごいこのやつで前のやつが面白い発見だったんですけれども、どこだ？ここかな？これだ。はい、近しいコードだとグラデーションの色になって、なるべく類色相関の心地よい音が出されます。なんで人が心地よいと西洋音楽でされているものは近しい色相の相関で出てきます。ここだったりとか、ここだったりとか、ここだったりとか。
ごめんなさい、これって5度鍵で合ってますか？
そうです、5度鍵です。
そうですよね。よかった。
で、例えばなんですけれども、不協和音とされていて、人が気持ち悪いと感じるであろうと定説を持っている不協和音のコードは補色になります。
面白いですね。
はい、ただ、色相学的には補色は別に気持ちが悪いものではないので、色のなんていうか選び方も三角で取るトライアングルの取り方とか補色の取り方とか類似色で取る取り方とか、五色相関で取る取り方とかもあるんですけど、それぞれ目的によって良さが出るんですね。なんで、音楽の学術的には気持ちが悪いとされる響きも光に直すとこういう組み合わせもありなんじゃないかと思えることにより、その不協和音ということの捉え方がちょっと認識的に変わってくるところもあります。
なるほど。ありがとうございます。
はい、そうですね。ここら辺とかは近しいコードで作られた音なんですけど、ここら辺とかは結構補色が用いられているので不協和音が混じっている時もあるんじゃないかなというのが、24秒で2周なんですけど、24秒間の時間を視覚に表した時にそういうのが分かるっていうのがありますね。
りがとうございます。もう一個お伺いしたいんですが、そのコードになってない音を鳴らしてしまった場合というのは花には、要は1音とか2音とかを鳴らしていた場合。
はい、花になります。1音1花なので、全部これは1サウンド。
ああ、そういうことなんですね。
はい。
ああ、そうか、そうか。わかりました。ありがとうございます。
なんで、織物の一目が花になってるみたいに思っていただけると。
ありがとうございます。
はい。
僕の方は以上で。
ベロニカさん、なんか、つぶやきできます？なんか、ちょっと僕も、的なことは
まあ、ちょっとね、早かったんだし、ね、大丈夫です。
Sorry for using only Japanese, sorry.
No, it's fine. Does anybody have any question in English?
今なんか音階の難度っていう話とかってある程度その音楽のことわかんないと理解できないでしょ？
そうですね。私も全然弾けないのでさっぱりわからなかったです。
そうなんです。
はい。
鈴木さんはよく理解してるんですね、でも。
ああ、いえ、僕も、まあいいや、僕も楽器は弾けないんですけど、音楽理論はちょっとだけ下手の横で勉強したので。
さんが説明するの難しいですよね、ベロニカさんが。
ちょっとですよね。
質問の内容って。まあ、それぞれの専門性があるからね。
いや、
まあ、よくわかっまあ、私が分かったことは、つまりは、音楽とか色とか気持ち悪くならないように何をしたって話でしたかな。
その不協和音の話？気持ち悪くなる音でも花が咲くんでしょ、これ。
そうですよね。
そういう話ですよね、松本。
なんか綺麗な音でなくても花が出るって話らしいですよね。
そうですね。一個一個の音が花になるっていう仕組みを作って人に体験させてその行動が変わっていくっていうのを見るというか感じるというか自分の中の感覚も感じていくことを見るっていう感じですね。あと音と視覚を連動させているのでそれによるその情報取得の差みたいなものが結構期間によってあるなと思っていてそれが不協和音は不快だけれども補色関係は別に不快じゃないっていうその目と耳との差みたいなものも想像しながらどんどん深掘りして勝手に自分で深掘りしていける直感的かつそこが深いことができるなって思ったのがこの後ですね。
はい。大体わかりました。でもどうやって通訳しよう。
So summarizing is we talked about taboo. There's a taboo pattern in music theory, but traditional has or hue has no taboo, and especially opposite pattern. So if a player sounded some taboo in this tool, but still flowers and opens and it shows, and sometimes it's beautiful. So it makes our perspective widen. Yeah, we talked about like that. まあ大体こんな感じですかね。
So even for people who are not familiar with the theory of music, the experience with this installation can be somewhat of a learning experience, but also a lesson in learning to enjoy the connection with music.
Yeah, right.
Is it okay? Right. Thank you very much for your time. And we have 5 minutes after preparation time, 5 minutes. And after 5 minutes, next presented is Shibasaki. And wait moment, 5 minutes.
なんか質問の方がいらっしゃる。
質問の方いた？誰ですか？ちょっと質問しよう。
I have a question to Yuri.
はい。
Okay.
Did you try to connect any of sounds made by the viewers or visitors in your exhibition so that this can make flowers, but the sounds can be not only a piano, but something else?
つまりはピアノ以外の音を使おうとしていましたか？
Yes. Just wait. But we hadn't tried yet, but we were going to try the herbs and fruits.
No, I don't think image. I wonder if somebody come to the gallery and start to make any noises. Is it possible to transform it into flowers, images? Or only you use piano?
Yes, now we only use piano. It's very simple and easy to understand and familiar to Japanese people. For exhibition.
Okay.
はい、ピアノはこの場合にコントローラーでしたよね。コントローラーとして動きましたですよね。だからピアノの音でなく、ピアノ機械そのものを使いましたか？
使いましたよ。
Okay. So basically, the installation didn't take the sound of the piano. It actually used the piano itself as a controller. So it was all plugged into the piano, and that's why other sounds like voices or noises couldn't be used.
Thank you.
Okay.
Why did you ask that?
Because I'm thinking that if viewer is coming, he can play piano maybe, but maybe some other people can use different instruments. So it could be maybe 2 or 3 instruments playing at the same time.
Yes, like an orchestra.
Sorry?
Like an orchestra.
Yeah, or maybe 2 or 3 visitors are coming. Somebody can speak to microphone or sing a song, or maybe somebody play piano, or maybe somebody is playing the, I don't know, violin.
Yeah. So maybe we can do that, but we need to find another expression way.
Yes.
Codes. Adding another instrumental, music instrumentals.
Because in Japan, this is famous, the karaoke, for example. And maybe not everybody can play piano, but maybe people can sing something, and it can be more including the visitors to interact with your beautiful work? It's just a question.
Not everyone can play the piano in Japan too. Around and everyone, almost people are very shy and they don't want to play outside. So we have a question about that their feelings and about their education, and we made it. But it's not answer to your question.
I understand that the Japanese are maybe shy, but you have a tradition of karaoke that many young people like to go to the bar and sing, for example.
Recently, two young people don't sing in karaoke because they SNS named they are interested in SNS always.
What is SNS?
TikTok.
Ah.
They sing for SNS and dancing. They don't go outside or karaoke box. And change to the time, and they sing in room, and they sing for their group. And
sorry, it's time.
Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you very much, and thank you for your attention and question.
Thank you very much. And wait, we have a preparation time, 5 minutes. It's a break. And next time, presentator is 柴崎ですね。Okay. じゃあ5分休憩します。じゃあします。 柴崎さんはもうスタンバってんですかね。
こっちか。
なんか動画がもう見えてるんですけど。
はい、これ、プレゼンです。
始めます？
用意を。
なんか、準備ができたら言ってください。
はい。用意は大丈夫です。
大丈夫？
はい。
では、次の柴崎正道さんのプレゼンテーションを始めます。ですね、The next presenter is Masamichi Shibasaki. His name, theme, or title is certain point of view. ある視点っていう日本語で言うとですね、そういったプレゼンテーションです。では、柴崎さん、お願いします。
はい。皆さん、こんにちは。柴崎正道と申します。私は舞踏をしておりまして、今回のInCASTのテーマに沿って、今までやってないことができればと思って考えてみた、その成果を今日は皆さんにご覧にいただければと思います。I am Masamichi Shibasaki, Buto dancer. Today, first, I'm gonna do my presentation about Buto dance, and then I'm gonna introduce you the new work of my Buto. Today, I am going to talk about the relationship between me and Buto dance. And then I would like to introduce my new work entitled A Certain Point of View. I started my Buto dance career in 1980. I have been in the Buto dance troupe called DAY1 and then Dance Love Machine. I joined many stage performances there. It was so exciting. To me, Buto dance is sometimes so cruel, sometimes so sensational, sometimes so cynical. I would like to describe how I perceive Buto when I try to create dance. I call it Buto state of my mind or Buto state of my body. My Buto state of mind or body could be inspired by phenomena such as sick, fever, weak, paranoia, uncomfortable, like old man. I briefly call back my memory when I was very young. When I was around 10, I sensed a kind of bud of Buto dance. It was actually uncontrollable status of the body. That is a very personal experience. I was sick. I had a fever. I was in a futon on tatami mats. I was alone in a very big room of a Japanese traditional house. I experienced recurring fit. I felt dizzy. It occurs again and again. I try to control such kind of uncontrollable movement. I enjoyed the uncontrollableness of my body. It is my primitive memory embedded deeply in my cells. Dance is usually composed of all parts of the body. This time, I abandoned such kind of approach. I took the way of focusing certain point of the body. There is a work, a certain point of view. それでは映像作品の方を再生します。 以上でプレゼント映像の発表を終わります。
質疑があればですね。Do you have some question? Anybody? いますかね。いませんか。
Can I?
Comic, please.
Yes. Thank you very much for this presentation. I think this is very personal research and very kind of a private expression of your body and dialogue with the sound.
Yeah. This time I rather try to be personal. What I mean is dig into my history or I recall what happened when I was just child. So I just thinking around. And one more thing, and the Tatsumi Hijikata, who is the founder of the Buto dance, sometimes said, so Buto is like old man's hands. So it is very interesting, old man's hands. So a hand for looking for something in the air, and then another hand is looking for something. So old man's hands are very funny, and it inspired some kind of Buto dance. That's what he said, and I deeply impressed with that word. So the experience when I was young and in Tatsumi Hijikata's words get together, probably that's kind of a combination of my memory and impression.
But this performance was live or it was recorded now?
Recorded.
Okay.
So first I was just to try something to shoot, but it wasn't. It was good try. So that's just one take.
Do you think hands have memory?
That is very metaphoric question. Probably it should be, and the young man's hands and the old man's hands are very different, very, very different. And then so blood must, what can I say? If you scrutinize your hand, so lots of history exists on the hand. So I also watch my hands through the video. Oh, that's my hands are like this. So that's what I felt through the video.
Did you ever think about the dialogue between young hand and old hand?
Not yet.
Because you have only two old hands.
Yeah. Or it gets older and older.
Yeah, and wiser and wiser.
That's great. Might be great.
Do you think there is something like did you ever think about hands of ill people or people who are handicapped, how they move?
Actually, very much. Like the patient of Minamata disease. So they have a very, very special figure of the hands. So I can't say I am so I cannot look I cannot look far at those kind of existence. I try to watch very carefully how they are and how they move. But this time, I don't pursue such kind of direction so much.
You know, Minamishima wanted to experience the death while he was writing his book.
Minamishima?
Yeah. Do you know he was writing book and dying at the same time?
Oh, really?
Minamishima wanted to experience, the writer, he wanted to experience how is it to die. And while he was dying, he was writing his notices about his death.
I don't know about that.
Because he was very curious, how is it to die and how is it to be conscious about it? And I'm thinking that your Bhutto, and basically Bhutto is very much kind of the experience, very existential experience.
This is the one of big themes of Bhutto dance. Yeah. To be dead body is one of important techniques of Bhutto dance. So dead people or sick people is so not the imitation, but the kind of expression, kind of target goal of expression. That's not outside, also inside. That's kind of what I learned by Bhutto dancers.
Do you know Riza Takita?
Oriza Takita?
Riza
っていうダンサーがいるんですね。オランダに。滝田リサ。
直接知らないですね。
She was dancing once in Poland, the dance Bhutto, maybe Bhutto. She was making Bhutto, and she was trying to express that she's coming to the hospital, and she sit next to his girlfriend, and at the same time she was trying to play the girl who is dying. She was at the same time visitor and at the same time is dying person. So it was a dialogue between two people, but she was playing two people, the friend and dying friend. Very strong Bhutto dance.
So she played two persons.
Yes. She was playing the dialogue. Once she was laying in the bed, scared of dying, and the other time she was sitting next to the bed and she was kind of feeling compassion for the woman who is dying.
Excuse me?
Sorry for speaking too much, but
Yes.
it moved me.
Right. Sorry. And next person is waiting. Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomek.
Thank you, Tomek. We have a preparation time, 5 minutes. Thank you.
三枝先生、小林です。よろしくお願いします。
もう小林さん、
はい。
ちょっと押してるみたいな感じなんで。
もうすごいそうですね、ちょっと押してるみたいなんで、まあ、もうすぐ行っちゃって、で、僕の発表自体がすごい短いので、で、予定なら、25分から梅原先生のご発表なので、
はい。
できるだけそれが叶うように、ちょっと駆け足で、発表するので、はい、適当なところでも質疑応答を切っちゃってください、斉藤先生の方で。まあ1問、2問でいいと思います。
はい。で、小林さんの後はまた休憩取ってますんで、そこで調整しますから。
はい。まあ、なるべく早く終わらせます。はい。
まあ、そんな。The next presenter is Masahiro Kobayashi.And his title is, これは何ですかね Philosophy of History as Convergence でいいんでしょうか。
はい。
では、画面の共有をして進めるということですので、小林さんの、ファイルを共有します。こちらを、これで、待ってください。これかこれ共有できてますかね。
はい、できてます。じゃあ、お願いします。
ちょっと待ってください。こちらでいいのかな、じゃあ。表示ですかね。はい。では、どうぞ。
はい、お願いします。はい、皆さんこんばんは。小林と申します。本日、私は、ボルヘスとベンジャミンにおける、修練的な、歴史哲学という、研究発表を行います。よろしくお願いいたします。And hi everyone. Tonight I'm going to a presentation, and my theme is philosophy of history as convergence. And my major is philosophy, and especially recently, I'm interested in about philosophy of Anthropocene and philosophy of nature, with sharing. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Okay. Let's do it. And please look at my draft. 大丈夫ですか？読み上げちゃって。三枝先生、すみません。共有されてる画面がちょっと今
どこもっと下ですか？
いえ、今共有されてる画面が僕の画面だとスケジュールの画面になってるんですよ。
ちょっと待ってください。ということは、これを解除して。これでいいんでしょうか？
はい、すみません、お願いします。ありがとうございます。早く駆け足できます。
どのページで？
そのページでお願いします。で、最大化していただけると助かります。
はい。
すみません。
これで。
はい、お願いします。はい。And the purpose of this presentation is to confirm with Walter Benjamin and Jorge Luis Borges the image and thought that the totality of time and history converge in a minimal form. When we create an image of the convergence of the totality of time that humanity has experienced or could experience into a single point, there is no text that can inspire us more than Borges and El Aleph. In El Aleph, Borges described this phenomenon as follows, and according to Borges, at the bottom of the 90th stairway to the right, I saw a small iridescent sphere mirroring an unbearably strong light. At first, I thought it was just spinning, but after a while, I realized that its motion was an illusion created by dizzying a sight trapped inside. El Aleph was only a few centimeters in diameter, but it contained the entire universe in its entirety. Each and everything was infinite, like a mirror. And this was because I was seeing it clearly from every perspective in the universe. I saw a very crowded bathing beach. I saw sunrises and sunsets. I saw the crowds of the United States. I saw a spider's web in the center of a black pyramid, and it's glowing with platinum. I saw a broken labyrinth, but it was London. I saw my black blood flowing through my body. I saw the tangle of love, and the change of death. I saw El Aleph from every angle. I saw the earth in Aleph. I saw my face and my organs. I saw your face. I was dizzy. I felt dizzy and cried. I was dizzy because my eyes saw hidden, speculative object, and that had been unjustly robbed of its name by man, but that no one had ever actually seen before. An unimaginable universe. I felt boundless adoration, boundless compassion. In the text of El Aleph, the protagonist saw space contained within this 3 centimeter sphere in its original size. We will probably never see this sphere. However, we can now have a perceptual experience similar to this Aleph experience as a static image by using VR Google and looking into Google Earth. However, the best things about the imagination that Borges created with the Aleph is that it is expressed in the spatial quality of all the moments of the world being presented simultaneously all at once in one place. To perceive all the events of the world occurring at this moment without losing any of them, and in their original site inside one small sphere, and it's nothing but a spatial expression of the convergent desire to perceive and possess everything that exists in the world. So far, we have examined the spatial expression of convergent desire in Borges, the text El Aleph. We will now examine the temporal expression of convergent desire in Walter Benjamin's philosophy of history. In the 80s theories of his text on the concept of history, Benjamin wrote according to Benjamin. And original text is Germany. In relation to the history of organic life on Earth, like the modern biologists, the past 50 millennia of Homo sapiens constitute something like two on this scale. The history of civilized mankind would fill 1/5 of the last second of the last hour. The present, which as a model of organic life on Earth, like the modern biologists, the past 50 millennia of Homo sapiens constitute something like 2 seconds at the close of 24-hour day. The present, which as a model of messianic time, comprises the entire history of mankind in anomalous abridgment, coincides exactly with stature which the history of mankind has in the history of mankind, in the universe. For Benjamin, who described yet site as messianic time, which as a model of messianic time comprises the entire history of mankind in anomalous abridgment, coincides exactly with the stature which the history of mankind has in the universe. According to the testimony of Sholem, a close friend of Benjamin, Benjamin was unusually excited at the sight of small grain of wheat containing the entire Talmud. Whereas Borges had the desire to perceive all the simultaneous events and occurring in the world in one space. And Benjamin's desire is a temporal desire to perceive the entire course of human history in one small place in tremendously shortened time. It can be said that Benjamin's desire is temporal desire is to converge and recognize the entire course of human history in one small place, shortening it tremendously. When this thesis and this draft of this thesis were writing, Benjamin was beginning to despair of his life. As Benjamin had learned from sharing the border and monitor, and his preoccupation with the minimum and the convergence stems from Jimtum. And Jimtum is a Hebrew word, and in English, and Jimtum maybe can translate it to a contraction. In Germany, in Kontraktion, zusammenziehen, and so on, maybe. And the Jewish mystical and theological thought that God became absent from the world as he converged within himself. In this sense, Benjamin's historical philosophy of convergence can be thought of as a appropriation of Tzimtzum and the theology of convergence to the context of historical philosophy. As Benjamin learned from sharing the border and mortal and minimal and convergence stem from Tzimtzum, the Jewish mystical and theological thought that God became absent from the world as he's contracted into himself. When Benjamin conceived his convergent philosophy of history, he was always in the midst of a crisis. His life and two world wars in which he lived were a time of serious crisis in the midst of such a crisis. He wanted to converge all the historical process of humanity into the Messianic time. And we must not forget this background. In other words, the extreme desire for convergence is nothing but a product of the age of crisis. Just as mysticism is nothing but a product of the age of crisis, and this is Shoreman's word. And this is not unrelated to the desire to collect and preserve all of humanity's historical process in preparation for the coming apocalypse. In fact, Benjamin's collecting habit is well known. And in fact, Benjamin's habit collecting is well known, to shelter of this history of the world in one small convergent crystal to protect it from the coming apocalypse and catastrophe. This is not only mean sheltering the history that actually happened. And Benjamin was concerned with the possible history that could have been, as well as, or even more so, with the history that has already happened. By creating a montage of history with history that has already happened, Benjamin tries to recognize in the potentialities of history, which flash like sparks from it, and history that could have been, and the image of human beings that could have been. For Benjamin, history, including the potentiality of history, is the totality of the course of human history, and we must recognize that and the convergence of this totality to its smallest root is the ideal of his philosophy of history, which he named Messianic time. And this philosophy of history, according to Benjamin, is nothing less than redemption. And this philosophy of history, according to Benjamin, a redemption for all tragedies and violence and unborn existence. And the smallest convergence is the most fundamental. And this is Yakov Tauge's words. And he was a Shoren's friend, one of Shoren's friends. Yeah. And most concentrated and most powerful. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
一つ質問してもいいですか？
はい、お願いします。
じゃあ、まず日本語、それから英語で聞いてみますね。
はい。
小林さんはどうしてベンヤミンについて興味を取りましたか？ So what I wanted to ask is what started your interest with Benjamin?
はい。ですね、まず大学の学部で、僕はプロテスタント神学を勉強しまして、で、日本でその当時、ベンヤミンのなんかそのベンヤミンとユダヤ教神秘主義であるとか、ベンヤミンの、神学、テオロジーとか、そういう問題が結構研究されていたんですけど、全くその神学的な、研究がベンヤミンのそういった、神学であるとか、そういったものに対して、神学からの研究が全くなされていなかったので、僕は4年間神学を研究していたということもあって、ベンヤミンの神学を、神学の側から、研究してみたら、結構面白いんじゃないかっていう理由からベンヤミンを研究しました。ちょっと難しいかな、日本語が。
つまりは、まずはちょっと大学にいろいろ勉強したとき、ベンヤミンを知るようになって、で、その後研究したとき、興味になって、研究にやりましたってことですね。
それで結構それが特殊な日本の状況っていうのがあって、日本人ってその西洋、ヨーロッパの哲学とか勉強するんですけど、やっぱりそのユダヤキリスト教的な、そういう神学の知識が全然ないんですね。だから、そこをもうちょっとしっかり理解すれば、日本におけるベンジャミン研究のその、進化というか、展開というか、プログレスに何かその協力できるんじゃないかって思った次第です。
Czy można prosić o tłumaczenie? Can we translate it?
Yeah, I'm going to try, and I hope that Mr. Kobayashi will help me a little bit. So I started with asking about the origins of his interest in Benjamin, and it turned out that Benjamin himself is a topic that often comes out during studies. So when Mr. Kobayashi was studying his courses, he met with Benjamin for the first time. And while he was studying him, he took interest in it. So it seemed interesting to him to know a little bit more. で、この理由についてちょっと手伝ってくれますか？説明。どうしてベニヤミンはこんなに面白かったってこと。
そう、面白かった。
面白いより、the thing you said about how Japan is different from Europe and stuff, and why Benjamin transferred to it. If you could help me translate a little bit, I would be very grateful.
Very interesting.
Thank you so much. And in Japan, and Walter Benjamin study, study is so famous, but I and my friends and just a little bit we are not deeply understanding to theology of European context. So we have to study about theology at first, I think.
From my point of view, the Benjamin was, as you know, also partly Jewish, of Jewish origin. And it's very interesting because since the Jews don't accept that the Jesus is the presence of God on the earth, and the New Testament they don't accept the New Testament. They think that the Jesus is a proroc, prophet. Yeah, prophet. Then the history for Jewish in that sense has no progress in terms of theology. They stay in the Old Testament, in the Old Bible. From that point of view, they are looking for redemption, and they are looking for messianism from different perspective. Which is fine, but it's also then mixed with the post-Marxism. So then it starts to be kind of a very special mixture, which is fine, but it has different consequences for science or for theology. I would say there is no one theology. As far I'm very excited also, let's say, with theology of Japan. And with Shinto and Taoism. So all of that, if you are concerned of different traditions of thinking about the same basically issue, the kind of messianism, I don't think it exists in Japan at all, because you have a kind of a very strong connection with nature, and you have a feeling of unity of everything. Whether in our, let's say, European perspective, you have kind of a confrontation between the spiritual existence of God or gods or whatsoever, and you have a human being in front of that. So that's very interesting. I'm very curious always about the Japanese or Asian approach to the European philosophy. As well, I have no clue, let's say, about your real philosophy, mysticism, theology in praxis.
Okay.
It's very exciting. And also, then you have kind of as it said, this is the monotheistic point of view or perspective of many gods, like in Japan. Very interesting. And then at the end, I just want to say that this has to do also with very big German tradition of philosophy, like Heidegger, for example. And also the post-war or before war feelings of the existential kind of a relationship to life. And as you know, Jews were very much punished during the whole history of Europe. So their perspective is also kind of waiting for Messiah to come and to solve their national problem of their nation, which is kind of a selected nation in front of the other nations on the earth. So that perspective has a lot of influence on how they approach the, let's say, theology as a science. Sorry for long, but I'm very interested in what you are saying.
Exactly right. And
excuse me. We have time, and next person is meeting.
Thank you for
And, after please talking about this lecture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Sorry,
ありがとうございます。
thank you.
Thank you.
We have preparation time 5 minutes. Okay, after 5 minutes. Next presenter is Umehara Sensei. Okay. Wait a moment. Please.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. Thank you. Danke.
はい、梅原先生、いらっしゃいますかね。梅原先生。
はい、はい。
なんかちょっと時間をおっしゃって、いるんですけど。
はい。じゃあ、始めさせ、これじゃないんだよな。
おかしいですね。The next presenter is 小路梅原。ちょっとこれすごい難しいテーマ、タイトルなんですね。教育、基本法と文化法の関係ということで。じゃあ、梅原先生、よろしくお願いします。
はい。申し訳ございませんが、まずお断りしておきたいのは、私はすべて日本語で行わせていただきますので、海外の皆様には大変申し訳ないのと、ちょっとこれは完全に、文化政策、カルチュラルポリシーの、お話でございますので、ちょっと退屈される方もいらっしゃるかと思いますが、行わせていただきます。本日、こんな感じで、ちょっと、これはじゃあ飛ばしましょうね。はい。ですね、前回の、InCAST の、無形文化財、という考察、要は伝統芸能は、あるいは演劇は無形の文化財でありますと、いうこと。ミュージアムに収まらない、形のない、文化財であるということを受けましてですね、今、カルチュラルポリシーはですね、根拠法として、大体3つあると、考えられてるんですけれども、それが個別に歴史的な経緯を持っているよと。で、これは例えば、普通の、他の国はですね、根拠法、文化政策と、教育政策、カルチュラルポリシーとエデュケーショナルポリシーは、多分かなり別なものとして区分されているわけですが、日本だと結構ごちゃごちゃになっているということがあるんですね。で、なぜそういう、研究を行っているかというと、私は、現在、本当に全く研究が行われていない、日本の、Japanese National Theatre、国立劇場の設立過程、一つも論文がないんですが、この、設立プロセスを、研究しておりまして、その中の一環としてこの、発表させていただくということになります。はい。で、ですね、現代の、日本の、文化政策と、法律ということなんですけれども、まずですね、本日、InCAST に、参加されていらっしゃる方々の多くが関係するのは多分これだと思います。文化芸術基本法というもので、アートが入っているのは、これだけです。で、これが、今、カルチュラルポリシーの、研究において、重要だよとされている法律であります。で、今日はこれは扱いません。はい。なぜなら、すでにこれは先行研究があるのと、比較的新しいこともあって、2001年なんですね。はい。そういうことがありますので、今日は、これは扱わないんですが、今日扱うのは、教育基本法、ですね、エデュケーショナル、ファンダメンタルローですかね。これと、この法律ですね。文化財保護法。Protection of Cultural Properties ですね。The Law for the Protection of Cultural Properties ですね。はい。この2つは関係が全くないんですね。なぜ関係ないのかということを、考えたいというところがあります。で、ですね、文化政策、カルチュラルポリシー、ジャパニーズカルチュラルポリシーの、日本の、研究者、リサーチャーはですね、文化財保護分野、カルチュラルプロパティの、分野は基本的に扱いません。日本においてはほとんどの文化政策研究者は、地方自治体のコミュニティですね、あるいはソーシャルインクルージョン、に関する政策ばかりやっていて、ヒストリカル、リサーチがない、ゼロ と言っていい状況です。いくらかあるんですけれども、この時代に、この辺に関する歴史的考察は基本的にないです。はい。で、また、この法律、文化財を保護する法律ですね。The Law for the Protection of Cultural Properties。この法律自体についても、設立プロセスの研究は実はゼロでした。10年ぐらい前から、筑波ユニバーシティの、研究、リサーチャーによって、研究が、だいぶなされてまいりましたが、それまではなかったんですね。そのため、本日の報告の領域は、結構研究が遅れているので、ちょっと、例えば、ポーランド、ドイツ、ギリシャ、その他の、国々は、多分このように3つ、3種類の、関係ない法律が並立しているということはないと私は思うんですね。はい。なので、その話をさせていただきます。はい。ですね、まず大日本帝国の、文化財保護というわけですが、これは、皇室による、保護。天皇の、皇室ですね、王室、ダイナスティによる、保護であったよと言っていいと思います。で、形があるもの、これは帝室博物館、ダイナスティのミュージアムで、保護されておりました。で、皆様の中には、奈良にある正倉院、古いダイナスティミュージアムですが、これの光景と、制度的にも言えます。要は、日本のダイナスティといえば一つしかないわけですが、そのダイナスティが、ダイナスティのものであったよということです。もう一つ、形がないものというのは、例えば雅楽ですね。はい。それとか能楽とか美術とかなんですが、これはダイナスティ、皇室がですね、補助金を出し、それで行われていました。はい。で、ですね、ただし、敗戦によって宮内省、このダイナスティを管理する、宮内省、という役所が解体されまして、また、日本の天皇制という、非常に今でも議論されているところですが、これのあり方が、変革を迫られる中で、保護のあり方を再検討しなければならないということになりました。で、1946年から、議論がなされたということです。敗戦は1945年であります。で、これはですね、戦前の、日本のダイナスティはですね、日本最大の、財閥、あるいは地主であると言われました。今の日本のダイナスティは海外のダイナスティに比べると財産は小さいと言われてるんですけど、だいたい6億円ぐらいしか持ってないと言われています。イギリス、UK とかのダイナスティに比べると非常に、財産小さいです。それは、この時にほとんど、手放したということなんですね。形に、形から言うとですね。形式的に言うと。はい。で、最初はですね、そういうものをじゃあどうしていこうか。例えば、雅楽とか、能、狂言とか美術とかをどう、保護していこうかということになったのですが、いろいろな議論があり、で、正倉院とか桂の利休、有名ですけれども、これはですね、現在でもこれは、ダイナスティの、財産として、存在します。それから、ダイナスティのミュージアムは、文部省に移管されて今に至ると、ここで国立になるわけですね。で、あとは、能楽についてはですね、動的な国宝というですね、これが、無形文化財、形がないということで、ダイナミックであろうというような、解釈がなされて保護する構想が出てまいりました。で、ですね、 そして文化財保護法というものを作って、それで、保護しようということになって、それから無形文化財概念というのが、これ GHQ はこんな曖昧なものはいかんということで反対したというお話は、前回のInCASTで、報告させていただきましたが、とにかく強力に、確立いたしました。すなわち、文化財保護法というのはですね、皇室財産をどうするかっていう議論の中で出現した面があるということなんですね。で、今の日本国はですね、君主制でないっていう議論に、正確に言うと君主制ではないらしいんですが、君主制であろう、ダイナスティがあるであろうと。言われておりますが、でも、その、地位というのは非常に曖昧であるわけですね。で、戦前から戦後にかけて、その中で文化財というのが、基本的にはダイナスティ、皇室のものであったと。で、それをどのように今後持っていくかという議論の中で出現したという面があるよということであります。それに対して、ですね、もう一つの路線があって、これが社会教育、というものですね。で、これが、エデュケーションですね。で、学校教育の補完として、考えられた、ですね、フランスの、エデュカションポピュレールですかね、発音すると。これが、ですね、ポピュラーエデュケーションですね。で、これは、日本では学校教育に、受けられない人のための教育。戦前の日本は小学校を卒業すると大体、働かなければいけない 10% ぐらいしか進学できなかったと言われておりますので、そこで社会教育というものを行わなければならなかった。で、今の日本でも公会堂と名が付いている施設など、あるいは図書館と名が付いている施設。これらはこの時代に、戦前に、作られたものであります。要は学校の、外で、教育を行うと。で、そうすると、映画を上映したりですね。それから小さいけれども図書館を設置したりして、国民を強化する、ドクトリン。に従って、強化するために、推進されたということであります。で、つまり今ある施設として図書館、ライブラリーと、それから公会堂ですね。これらは、この流れに属するよということであります。で、この流れは当然ながら、皇室の財産と、基本的には関係ない、ものであります。はい。ですね。で、戦後の教育基本法、エデュケーションの法律ですね。これによって、ミュージアム、ライブラリー、それから公民館、これは英語だとどうなるのかわからないんですけれども、これらのライブラリーやミュージアムは、エデュケーション、ソーシャルエデュケーションの、施設であると。いうことであります。ではこの戦前はダイナスティミュージアムであったこのナショナルミュージアムは一体何なんだということですが、これはこの法律、ミュージアムローには属さない法律ものであります。例えば正倉院の直接の後継である奈良ナショナルミュージアムですね。これは博物館法には、属しません。ということなんですね。だからこれ、未だに、大学の教育の中でも学生が迷うし、研究者でも分かってない人が結構いるんですけれども、要は教育基本法とそれからその下の社会教育法というのは、文化財基本法と無関係であった。実際にはミュージアムローというのは、この文化財基本法、The Protection of the Cultural Properties ですね。これと関係があるので、ミュージアムの法律は 文化財基本法と保護法ですね。失礼しました。関連づける案があったんですけれども、この無形文化財概念というのは一体何なんだと。ミュージアムでは、保存できないではないかということで反対したので、この2つが全然関係ない法律になってしまった。したがって、エデュケーション系の法律とカルチャルプロパティ系の法律は全然別なものになっているということであります。ということで、ちょっと前のスライドに戻しますが、エデュケーション系の法律、それからカルチャルプロパティ系の法律、それからアート系の法律は全然日本では別に扱われている。今はだんだん寄ってきてはいるのですが、やっぱりあんまり寄っていないところもあるわけですね。で、今後の展望として、ソーシャルエデュケーションの分野は今、障害教育とか、あるいはリカレントエデュケーションへと転換しておる。要は、一旦大学を出た人間でもまた学び直しができるよっていう風な解釈になっているので、ミュージアムとかライブラリーについて言うと、ミュージアムについては文化庁、これカルチャルポリシーの役所ですが、これが管轄することになっています。もう一つ、この新しい法律、文化芸術基本法、カルチャーとアートですね。この法律と博物館法の両方に、ミュージアムの条文が被っています。重なっています。で、当分これを改めようという動きはないようです。あとは、文化財保護法というのは、社会教育法とも、ひいては教育基本法とも、文化財芸術基本法とも関係がない法律でありますが、近年日本では、クールブリタニアの、成功にあやかってクールジャパンというものを言っておりまして、儲ける文化、文化で儲けようということが非常に言われております。そのため文化財の活用っていうことを、しかも経済的な活用でありまして、そのような改正を行っています。で、このような3つも法律があって、あんまり関係ないっていうことがどのように整理されていくかっていうことはわからないのですが、とりあえず経済的な文化の活用、エコノミーの論理によって、エコノミカルロジックによって、整理されていくのではないかということであります。はい、これが、参考の文献としては、これはもうジャパニーズ、日本の語の論文でしかないのですが、この2つが、本日の、基本にした、論文及び文献でありますと。いうことで、まずは私からは、以上とさせていただきます。ご清聴ありがとうございました。Thank you for your attention.
はい、梅原浩二先生の、発表でありました。でこれちょっと基本その英語での発表ってことが最初のルールになってましたので、できれば質問をですね、日本人の方である方がいれば、受け付けたいと思います。質問などある方はいらっしゃいませんか？
では日本人として日本語の質問でよろしいでしょうか。
すみません。はい。
先生に今日おまとめいただいたのは、日本でこの、例えば文芸の領域について促進しようっていう活動をしたい人たちにとっては、もうまさしくもう、いつもぶち当たる問題ですね。つまりいろんな社会のアクターが違ってるんですね、その基準にしているものが。で、その認識の違いによって、なかなか話が噛み合わないということが多くあって、僕もそれいつも感じています。例えばもう図書館と、美術館、博物館というのも全くなかなか一緒になりにくいし、また大学もそうですしって、それがまさしくここに先生がお書きになったその3種類っていうのにちょうど分かれてしまってるんですけど、先生がおっしゃるこれがだんだん一緒になっていくような近づきつつあるっていうふうにおっしゃってるものは、どういうその原理で近づいていくことになるんでしょうか。
ですね、文化庁、という文化庁が現在、ミュージアムについては基本的に管轄するっていう方向になっているんですね。元来はこれは社会教育局とか障害学習局とかそういうところが管轄していたんですけれども、で、文化庁というのは、もうアートの行政とかもこれがやっておりますので、まずこれが、やるであろうと。で、今は、文化庁より、経済産業省の方が力が強いので、内閣的には。そうすると、この経済的に文化を活用しようという路線、経済的な論理という、儲けるより儲けるという、ただし、文化財で儲けるというのは一体何なんだという議論もあります。それともう一つ、今日省略してしまったのですが、文化財保護法というのはこれ、制定された当時にすでにこれが言われていまして、実は。ただ、それはどのように活用するんだっていうことになると、あまり議論がされてなかったらしいんですけれども、なので、当初からこれは言われていたんですけれども、経済的あるいは観光とか、そういう方向の活用という路線で、その論理に従っていくであろうということが、考えられるかと思います。
ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。ちょっと時間の方がですね、少し押しておりまして、この後、犬塚先生、5分後に、また犬塚先生の発表させていただきたいと思います。梅原先生、どうもありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you for your attention.
では、5分後にまた犬塚先生の発表させていただきます。Preparation time 5 minutes. 5 minutes after next presented is 純一郎先生ですね。犬塚先生ですね。
犬塚先生。Okay.
one more minute to restart the program.
犬塚先生の方はもう準備よろしいでしょうか？
はい、大丈夫です。
はい。では、the next presenter is 純一郎犬塚先生ですね。なんか難しい、またタイトルな、あれなんですけど、先生の方からちょっと、では始めてください。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。Hello, I'm honored to be invited here and talk to you. My name is Jun Inusuka. I'm a philosopher and also a photographer. So I'll start my presentation. Today, I would like to discuss with you the characteristics of our living environment today, referring the concept of the photographic as a clue. It can be said that today we are getting more awareness of the world we live in from what we receive through various media than through our own direct experience. Observing the experience of another person as one's own knowledge is peculiar to the species of human beings who use language. The birth of letters and the innovation with the invention of printing is one of the well-known fields of the study. But on the other hand, what about non-verbal communication of experience? Iconography and painting are typical examples, but photography has provided a whole new way of transmitting experiences. When we look at a photo, we even disregard the intention of the person who tried to capture it, and even the existence of the person, and feel like we are looking directly at the subject in the picture. In other words, from the viewer's consciousness, the subjective consciousness of seeing and expanding one's own experience is more natural than the passive attitude of being shown or being informed. Furthermore, today in VR or AR, metaverse, etc., this feeling of expanding one's experience would be advancing to a new stage. I think here the crisis of humanity. In other words, the collapse of the ontological structure of human being. I think it is the end of the dynamics of the interrelationship between the ephemeral and the eternity, the singularity and the universality, and danger of the decline of life. I'd like to share my thought and ask for your criticism. Today, I'm not talking about aesthetic theory, but as a theoretical framework, let's start with Baudelaire's theory of modern art. Baudelaire argued in his Modern Painters that art consisted of a combination of ephemeral and eternal. And the artist should draw eternity from ephemerality. Even though criticized by Benjamin, this famous art theory would be said still providing a model of art theory that is still valid today. The question I would like to ask here is that in our world today, this relationship between the ephemeral and the immutable is being invalidated. At the very least, the new structure is eroding our consciousness. That is to fix the ephemeral like a specimen. Photographic technology fixes the phenomena of the world that we will see as images. The phenomenon is truly ephemeral and once only, but when it is fixed as a certain image, we can see it anywhere, anytime, as to be our visual experience. It's not an eternal moment. It's an experience of something else that is neither a moment nor an eternity. I would like to call it dechronic or time decay. Let's review the photographic visual experience again. This is a photo of the stone steps I took at the monastery of San Damiano in Assisi, Italy. Stone is durable as materials, as we know from our physical experience. So when seeing it rubbed and dented, we feel a very long time has passed. The next photo is a stone staircase leading up to the Yakushi-do in Kokubunji, Japan. Just there were leaves and acorns. No single leaf or nut is the same, and they will soon lose their shape. This is a fragment of detached mosaic hung on the wall of the Basilica di Sant'Apollinare Nuovo in Ravenna, Italy. Made of durable material, this piece is partial, but today it escapes wear and tear. The following is a picture of the flowers of Malus Hariana holding raindrops. Native to China and found throughout Japan, this tree blooms in early spring. In the morning, when the night rain stops at dawn, you can see flowers like this. As the sun gets brighter for a while, the raindrops will disappear. Looking at durable or non-durable materials, we would feel the long or shortness of time and think of it in human life. Next up is Boulevard Capucine by Claude Monet. Take a look at this famous painting, which was both criticized and praised at the time of its presentation. With a quote from Baudelaire's modern painters. Doesn't his description of cloud and flaneur seems to write about today's peoples as if living in the web and SNS? What I call the photographic correspond to the experience brought about by visual technology from the end of the 19th to the 21st century, which forms an aspect of our zeitgeist. I said visual here, which can be rephrased as spatial, but at the same time, it is also a chronic or mnemonic. In English pronunciation, mnemonic, mnemonic technology. As we saw in the previous photo example, according to the above, it can be said that today is characterized by a contempo era. I mean, contempo is usually contemporary, but the meaning as a combined tempo or synchronique. And that is a sense that is temporal thing is visually or spatially fixed. Human cannot perceive time directly, while recognizes it through changes and movement of things, that is, through space. Photographs are just a representation of space, but that is why they are also a representation extension of time. And our physical sensations are not obtained by each sensory organ working like an independent sensor, but working in an integrated attitude towards subject. On the other hand, the representations I call photographic are exclusively visual. As seen by pictures, if you felt a long time beyond human life and a short time that disappeared momentarily, it should be because you've already experienced such before those photos. If future generations have more photographic experience than physical, those photographs will lose their meaning, or at least have a different meaning. The structure of artistic act and the relationship between human imagination and nature will change. Art, is it going to be aimed at the non-existence? Not to unravel the mystic of existence? Now let's focus again on the characteristics of the technology that creates the photographic. It is a matter of mechanical reproduction, renowned by Benjamin's proposal. While copying is rather inseparable from artistic activity, technical reproduction is in principle different. I'll show you some example for copy. This is a famous Danae by Tiziano in the Prado Museum. He and his workshop made multiple versions on the same subject on same composition. This is the version in the collection of the Kunsthistorische Museum in Vienna. And one more. This is a copy of the Prado version at the Le Musée des Beaux-Arts de Strasbourg. Saint John the Baptist in the Wilderness by Raphael in the Uffizi collection. Copies of this famous painting can also be found in several museums. This is found at the National Painting Museum in Bologna. One of the most famous sculptures, the Vatican Laocoon. Uffizi has a copy of it made in the 16th century, and the author, Bandinelli, said his work was better than the original work. How do you think so? Technical reproduction is based on a different principle than a copy and traditional act of art, as we have just seen. It has no original and is a genuine reproduct from the type of its birth, or rather, it has nothing to do with the structure of the original and the duplicate. As such technology merged with the production process, our life world has been flowed with non-original reproductions. Here, I'm extending the image technology as a concept to the technology that handles information and knowledge, intelligence. In the essential sense, the technology of information is one of the description and transmission of meaning. Meaning, and it's just a word, which is traditionally a religious and political technique, and today has melted into industrial production technology that rearranges and converts matter and energy. That technology is now providing us with new experience, such as VR, AR, or metaverse. However, it should be remembered that the space and the universe mentioned here are not new spaces or cosmos, but only metaphors. Unless it is based on the experience of natural world, it loses its meaning, and at least it is extremely poor. There will be coordinates and calendar system in that world as well. However, it is just a metaphor, and if the abundance of life that is the base of it weaken, its meaning and substance will be lost. It is quite possible for us today, as in a transition period, to enjoy such a metaphor as if it were a new world experience. But when it expands and increases its proportion of experience relatively, can one still recognize the time of the world? In other words, is it possible to imagine the future? That is, to make an existential project? In this contemporary age, as one form of art, I would like to propose it as singular universal in Sartre's world. The meaning of that can be inferred from what was shown in the Modernité of Baudelaire, which was introduced at the beginning of this presentation. It is to face the conflict between the essence of human existence, the ephemeral singularity, and the conceptual universality. I would like to introduce what I consider to be a typical example of this singular universal, a portrait by Bellini, and a cat by Japanese painter Urinjiro. Thank you very much. I have finished my presentation.
はい、ありがとうございました。そうですね。Do you have some question? Anybody here? もしいなければ、この後、準備5分を取って次の方に回したいと思うんですが、いかがでしょう？よろしいですか？はい。では、preparation time 5 minutes を取ります。ありがとうございました。それでは準備5分取って、その後にですね、マリウシュ・シャイダ先生の発表をさせていただきます。5 minutes after next presenter is Professor Mariusz Shaida ですね。Okay. Just wait a moment. Professor Marius Scheider, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. The next presenter is Professor Marius Scheider. Okay. Please let's presentation start.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Marius Scheider. I'm an art historian and art philosopher. Today, I will present to you my lecture on the understanding of beauty of the work of Albrecht Dürer in the perspective of the theological plane called Perclitudo Christi. That is a beautiful Christ. This is a short lecture on this topic. Okay, my presentation. I will give a lecture in English and in Polish. Albrecht Dürer is one of the greatest masters of the German Renaissance. It was he who became the bridge between the Gothic of the North and the revival of Southern Europe. The idea of humanism introduced by him into the space of visual arts allowed for a revolutionary change in the social position of the artist, previously understood as a craftsman and raised to the level of an intellectual. The search by the master from Nuremberg for the essence of beauty found its resonance in the theoretical and artistic works. Starting from the study of nature, through his graphics, widely known in Europe in the 16th century, to bronze oil paintings, Dürer brought the reflection of beauty and the mystery of the artist's divine inspiration to the generation of recipients. Analyzing Albrecht Dürer's initial works, it can be noticed that the artist's first teacher of the value of beauty was nature.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Because bo nam się cały czas pokazuje pierwsza strona prezentacji. Nie wiem, czy pan przyłączył slajdy, ale mamy udostępniony program PowerPoint, tak jakby mamy udostępnionego PowerPointa zamiast odpalonej prezentacji. Więc w udostępnianiu ekranu musiałby pan chyba źródło przełączyć.
Jeszcze raz spróbuję to zrobić. A teraz coś widać, czy nie?
O, teraz widzimy, że się zmieniło.
Teraz się zmieniło, czyli może w ten sposób będę przeczytał, dobra?
Znaczy, bo też po prostu w momencie, kiedy pan ma odpaloną prezentację, dopiero wtedy ono istnieje jako osobne okno i wtedy trzeba udostępnić to okno.
A tak jak jest teraz, jest dobrze, tak? Rozumiem.
No tak, widzimy teraz wszystko też.
Okay. The continue. The master from Nuremberg treated nature with the great reverence, the respect. Landscape, fauna, and flora became for him not only a source of inspiration, but also a synthesis of beauty inherent in nature. This is clearly visible in the huge number of drawings he created in his studio or during his travels around Europe. A good example is the watercolor of the young hair created in 1502 and the study of grass from 1503. Both of these paintings are the masterpiece of the artist's observational art. As a consequence, the study of nature led Diller to theoretical generalization about art. This was to paraphrase Virtivius. Nature was for the master from Nuremberg, a teacher and master, and he, as a painter, wanted to be completely obedient to nature. For the artist, imitation of nature has become not so much the essence of beauty, but rather a way to notice to law governing nature and consequently to use this knowledge to show the value of beauty. In the space of his deliberations, nevertheless permitted with the legacy of medieval scholasticism, the master of from Nuremberg points out that it's not nature itself, but rather God, who is the ultimate creation of beauty and perfection, criterion, sorry, of beauty. Many the works created in the artist workshop carry a characteristic synthesis of the beauty of nature. A good example is the engraving Knight, Death, and the Devil. It is a specific combination in the space of the work of the Christian faith on the one hand, and the ideas of humanism on the other. And the horse was shown in profile to show its perfect proportion, carefully models the body of the animal to show the perfection of its anatomy. It seemed that the Nuremberg master, through this painting, is presenting not only his concept of beauty, but rather the science of the perfection of nature. The horse showing geometric shapes brings to mind the work of Leonardo da Vinci, and also perfectly reflects the Renaissance interest in anatomy and natural science. There is no doubt that for Dürer the great elements of nature was man, as he wrote, of all things, the most pleasant to look at the image of the beautiful human figure. Therefore, he devoted a lot of effort and attention to the study of the proportion of the human body, which resulted in the creation of an engraving of Adam and Eve in 1504. It can be assumed that the inspiration from the creation of this work were graphics showing two famous accidents, sculptures of Apollo Belvedere and Venus of Medici. Besides, the works of Vitruvius had a significant influence on the issues of proportion of the human body used by Dürer. Adam and Eve were presented against the background of the forest full of animals. The artist thus emphasizing the existence of primordial harmony between man and nature. The image of Adam and Eve painted on the board there 3 years later have already undergone a further change in the canon of beauty. Nevertheless, it can be said that the fingers of Adam and Eve, perfectly constructed by a master from Nuremberg, and then brilliantly paintings were to bring the recipient closer to the ideas of human beauty created by God in his own image and likeness. The master of Nuremberg, also in his theoretical deliberation of beauty, leads to Christ as the most beautiful being, as he wrote, for in the same way as the old artists awarded the most beautiful shape to their god Apollo, he wanted to use the same proportion from Christ the Lord, which is the most beautiful in the whole world. In 1500, delighted with the person of the Savior, creates a special safe portrait. Through his work, the artist refers to the image of Christ in the iconographic type of Salvator Mundi, known in the Middle Ages. It may seem that such self-depiction in downright iconoclastic, no less stylized as an Savior, the artists show in innate talent as a creator and the truth allusions to Christ, recognizing the source of his abilities in God. In this way, Dürer becomes a perfect demonstration of the man understood as Imago Dei. The idea of Pulchrudo Christi was present in the works of the master from Nuremberg, above all in his engravings, particularly noteworthy in the picture painted in 1504, entitled Salvator Mundi. This painting can undoubtedly call it a masterpiece. One of the main reasons that entitled to special recognition for this unfinished work is the preserved engravings layer. Through the precision of the line, the artist obtains the illusion of depth, very textures and shadows. The Savior is dressed in two garments, red and blue. The first indicated his divinity, and the second indicated his humble and flawless humanity. Christ, being a reflection of the idea of Pulchrudo Christi, holds in his hand a crystal ball, a symbol not only of the earth, but of all creation, visible and invisible. And the other hand, placed in gesture of blessed, become a presentation, a divine omnipotence. Dürer know exactly the power of this force, because it was that made him not only a great craftsman, but above all the artists make it by the divine stigma. it was thanks to this that he was able to find and create beauty understood as a God plan. Pulchritudo Christi, as an idea referring to the perfect beauty of the Savior, indicated above all a spiritual depth. On the other hand, the master from Nuremberg wanted to open to those contemplating his work a world of spiritual power, which is also manifested in beauty in the material dimension. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. And anyone have any questions? Okay. いいですか？質問ありませんか？では、ちょっと、時間も、押してます。では次、私の発表ですが、準備5分の後に、始めさせていただきます。We have a preparation time 5 minutes, and I will be 5 minutes after next presentation. Okay.
Thank you. Weronika, mam pytanie, jak wyłączyć tę prezentację teraz, bo ona się pewnie cały czas pokazuje.
Tak, na górze powinien pan mieć taki
Stop
pasek. Tak, dokładnie.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, see you.
Thank you. はい、それでは、私、三枝のプレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。The next presentator is me, looking for the master of the gaze というタイトルで、やらせていただきます。ですね、では、共有の画面から、こちらをこれ今、スライドのトップ映ってますかね？ Looking for the master of the gaze. 見えてますか？ The gaze of painting and performance.
あ、見えてるし、音も聞こえてます。
ありがとうございます。Will announce the title. In this presentation, I will take up the issue of the gaze when appreciating the work.This is the very famous Las Meninas, the court maze of Velázquez. It is a work of the 17th century, in 1656, Baroque era. This is a work of art that is an expression of watching itself. The problem of the gaze of the character depicted in the work is complicated, as pointed out in Michel Foucault's Words and Things. It is unclear who the eyes of the people in the picture are looking at and who is looking at them. In the center is the Princess Margarita, around which her maids and chamberlains, as well as the famous court crowns and duels at the time, are depicted. There is also the court painter ordered to portray the princess, who is thought to be Velázquez himself. However, Velázquez himself, who holds the paintbrush toward the large canvas at the left end of this painting, is also drawn. And in the back of the center of the screen, the king and his wife reflected in the mirror are drawn. In other words, what Velázquez is drawing on the canvas is the king and his wife on this side of the canvas. Viewers who see this painting are also seen by the characters in the painting, and the viewer's gaze is in the same position as the gaze of the model king and his wife, and Velázquez, who drew the picture. Next, let's move on the contemporary works that address the same issue of gaze. It was held at Uptown College Gallery from April 26th to May 9th, 2021. It will be Science Week 2021. First of all, Science Week 2021 Executive Committee, I would like to give you an overview of the history of the event given by Mr. Satoshi Suzuki. At the beginning of the project, we were considering an exhibition that would gradually increase the number of exhibits during the exhibition period. However, a state of emergency was issued by the government just before the session, making it difficult to exhibit on schedule. A few days before the announcement of the state of emergency, various mass media and other media were informing us that the government would ask for no audience held. The main purpose of this no audience held would be to eliminate the opportunity for all of us potentially infected to come into contact with each other. The number of people who can enter the venue at the same time is equal to one person, which is satisfied by only staff and one visitor. In this way, the unstaffed event, a policy of Science Week 2021, resulted in a clearer thematic focus for the exhibition. As mentioned above, the future of this exhibition in the unstaffed event exhibition that makes full use of IT, as shown in the outline of the homepage. Behind such an exhibition is a request of the city to no audience held, to avoid crowding under the state of emergency due to the corona disaster. As a result, the following explanations about the exhibition are posted on the website. Visitors will be asked to make a reservation and come to the site to appreciate the work around. In addition, smart locks will be used for entry, exit management to prevent two or more people from being in the room at the same time. With this method, it is possible to actually appreciate the work locally while maintaining the same level of infection prevention as holding a non-audience event. In addition, after leaving the room, the staff will slowly disinfect the part touched by the visitors in the venue. And after the ventilation is completed, the next person will enter the room. In addition, we will stream the whole situation on YouTube Live. This was the information given in advance to the visitors. Visitors had to make the reservation in advance and visit the venue alone. However, there was a guide whose remote voice announcements echoed through the venue thanks to the speakers and made it a kind of a surveillance space. Audience watch along with the voice of the guide heard from the speakers at the venue. But if you look at the viewpoint of watching this unstaffed event exhibition from another point of view, this viewing experience has a kind of next structure. The homepage has the following annotations. Audiences can be watching from home through their displays. However, the process involves a camera and a microphone and a lot of AD, means analog digital conversion, and the video compression performed. It is naturally very different from the experience you actually see in the field. As you can see, there is a visitor who actually experienced the exhibition in the gallery space, and another viewer who appreciates it through the display at home. Anyone who is not eligible to participate in this application and can watch YouTube live can be a spectator even if they are across the border. As an extension, the attendance line of sight, which gives a bird's eye view of the exhibition hall and explain the exhibition, also exists as an absolute audience. I think this is the peculiarity of the structure of this exhibition. From the traditional relationship of the audience seeing the exhibited work in the exhibition hall, the subject who appreciate it, such as seeing the audience watching and prompting to see, are becoming more diverse. This is due to the duplication of viewing by digital technology, and innumerable viewing subjects are born on the cyberspace of the internet. In this case, the definition of a work of expression is difficult. Is it only a work of art that is exhibited in a dear venue, or is it also a work of art in the context of the attendant who guide the viewer? Or is it also the spectator who watches the act of viewing from YouTube? If we consider the process of a transformation of the spectator into the artwork itself, then we can consider the whole series as an artistic activity. It is a type of media art that combines art and information science, similar to bioinformatics, a field that combines life science and information science, which has been spawned by digital technology. Bioinformatics is equal field of study that use information processing as a means of dealing with some biological phenomena. Example, it is like shaping the life phenomena of a plant by controlling the light and gravity of its environment with a computer program. Part of the contemporary character of an exhibition, such as Science Week, is that art is linked to information and cultural activities such as social networking service, and the boundaries that define the work are invisible. It is a social artwork state where the participants become the media. Today, it is not easy to escape from this system. The no audience system has given way to the no staff system, which is a new kind of viewing experience. The audience is encouraged to view the work by an announcement made by the organizer, which is then viewed by the audience on the internet. These interworking media have created a new concept of artwork. It is difficult in today's world of digital technology to define an artwork as an expression of classical art. We would like to take a more holistic view of this viewing style. These experiences can be seen as participatory culture or convergence culture, in which the artists, art dealers, collectors, critics, and the media are all involved in solidarity and intervention in the artwork by posting comments and images, quotation, plagiarism, reproduction, representations, etc. on the web and social networking site. In other words, convergence culture is the emergence of a social art network state, where the participants become the media. From a bird's eye view, humanity is living in the middle of a social artwork that has never existed before, thanks to the digital technology that are covering the planet. One of the most recent films to illustrate this reality is Mamoru Hosoda's animation, The Dragon and the Red Princess, which had its world premiere at the 74th Cannes Film Festival. The film is a fantasy about the coming and going of the real world and the virtual world of today's supermassive internet space. But for those of us who live in the present, the question of which reality comes first has become nonsense. The question of the gates, which Velázquez asked in Las Meninas, Courtmaids, in 17th century Spain, is a question of the master of the gates, taking in the unpainted world within a single canvas. In the present day, the viewer is also searching for the master of the gates, linked to the internet space that appears on the display. Who is the subject who appreciates the whole picture of this art? This is the end of my presentation. Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Hi, thank you so much. It's finished. Do you have some question? Does anyone have any question? But not much time we have this conference. And, so if anyone now question. Yes, I will have preparation time. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
ベロニカさん。ベロニカ。
はい。はい。
今、ポーランドはランチタイム？
まあ、そのぐらいかな。今は1時ですから。
もう食べたのかな、みんな。
まあ、これからかな。あと一つの発表起こってるから。
ちょっと聞きたかったのが、このイリアス先生の、この、なんていうんですかね、名字の読み方が日本語だとわかんないんですけど。
私もわかりません。
わかんない。OK、alright。それちょっと聞きたかったんで。じゃあ、どうしよう。もうあと1分ぐらいなんですけど、ちょっと聞いてみましょうかね。
聞いてみましょうかな。
イリアス先生。イリアスさんに。
私から聞いた方がいいですか？
そうね。
はい、じゃあ、excuse me, Mr. Elias. So, we had a question if you could teach us to pronounce your surname.
Oh, yeah, okay. Ilias Hadji Christodoulou.
Wow.
Hadji Christodoulou.
Yes, Hadji Christodoulou.
Hadji Christodoulou.
Wow.
Wow.
But it's okay. It's okay. Elias from Adaf. Veronica, it's okay.
Very difficult.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay. Right. Are you ready? Elias.
Of course.
Okay. All right. The last presenter was Professor Elias. It's very complicated for me. Name. How is your preparation? Okay.
Okay. You have also a great name, Yasuyuki.
Yes.
Great name, great name. So yes, of course, I'm ready to have the presentation of the Athens Digital Arts Festival, the International Festival of Digital Arts of Greece. I just now will make a share screen.
It's great. Please.
Great. So I'm going to have a small presentation, and in the schedule of the presentation, I'm gonna show you 2 very small videos in order to be more interactive the presentation and more clear. So we're gonna talk about the International Festival of Digital Arts of Greece in the post-COVID era. Some words about ADAF. ADAF is a festival that starts from 2005 in Greece, the first festival of digital arts. The festival starts in 2005 with the brand name of Athens Video Art Festival, but after 7 and final 10 years, it changed complete his name. From Athens Video Art Festival to Athens Digital Arts Festival, because it was a festival, and it is a festival that it's very open to the all of kind and all of forms of digital art. Every year we receive more than 6,000 submissions from all over the world, and we try to present the best artwork in the official festival every year. That happens once every year. And of course, we are doing hundreds of parallel activities in all over the year, and not only in Greece, in all over the world. So the last 2 years, we know that we have the COVID era situation worldwide. It was a huge phenomenon, and Athens Digital Arts Festival, through his mentality that it's a digital festival also, it's difficult for us to understand that, but we have a digital festival. We try and we succeed to make a lot of festivals and activities all this difficult period, 2019 and 2020, and until now, I can say, because we are still on COVID era these days in Greece, in Athens. We have a lot of COVID, people that they have COVID, and we are in not a so good situation. But all this period and from all these years, 18 years, Athens Digital Arts Festival has received a lot of awards and honors from all over the world, and we try to make a job that connects art, science, and technology. I will give you some very small paradigms about our presentation. What happened in these 2 years now. First paradigm is we try to connect the ancient culture, Greek ancient culture. We're very famous about ancient culture, so we try to find a new way to promote ancient culture through augmented reality technology. So we bring, we make in all over the Greece murals, graffiti murals, big paintings that are interactive, and through the mobile technology and augmented reality, these paintings, these sculptures are getting alive and explain a history. It was a history about the paintings, the sculptures, and of course the cities that they host these murals. Another paradigm, so this it was a COVID-free activation, and nobody wants to touch something by yourself. You have the mobile phone, you know, and you scan the facade of the buildings, and you can see the transformation. You can see a cultural activity without not be afraid, you know. Another thing, it was an artificial intelligent performance under the myth of Tiresias. You know the myth of Tiresias. We have a performance in 2020, in August 2020, with a robot and a human being that have interaction. Tiresias is an artificial intelligence robot that listen the sounds of the human body and interacts. It was a performance that happened online on the Athens Digital Arts Festival online. We're going to see in the next slide. It's one of the biggest activations, the Athens Digital Arts Festival online. The third, it's a paradigm of environmental awareness of ADAF, Athens Digital Arts Festival. We go to the public spaces with the synergy of the municipality of Athens. So we always like the public spaces. Public space, it's a safe place, you know, if you have the distance. So we make an exhibition with interactive sculptures that is 100% COVID-free, because you can't touch them. It's wireless interaction. So we make a lot of installations that is COVID-free with a big numerous of bio artworks, and it was like a symbiosis with the natural environment. And also it's very nice because under the Acropolis we present, you know, a very photo opportunity exhibition. Of course, ADAF adapted very fast to the new challenges of COVID, and he understands that it was a time to make the Athens Digital Arts Festival also online. So we make a platform, the online platform, online.adaf.gr. It was something that we must, after we make it, we understand that maybe it was something that we must do that before some years ago. But okay, now it's the period, and we keep the online edition of ADAF, and we will keep it, and in the next years. It is a different festival. It has online streaming performances, online streaming event, and of course event and content on demand. So the Athens Digital Arts Festival, the last years, it's a hybrid festival, a hybrid version of the festival. We have also the physical activities and the digital activities. One physical activity, as I said before, it's a COVID-free festival under the Acropolis in the center, in the historical center of Athens, that we try to protect the people, but bring also cultural activities to them. The next project that it happens in the COVID area before some months, before 4 months, it was a very big mapping projection in the facade of the Greek Parliament building. The Greek Parliament is a great building in the center of Athens. And this year that we're running now, it's the 200 year from the liberty of Greece. So we want to make a very big mapping projection show on the facade of the Greek Parliament. We make this installation, this mapping projection. I will try to open also. Just a minute. I will make it later. I will show later to my best videos of this presentation. After 1 month, we make a biggest activity. It was a mapping projection show, but it was different. It's not only in the facade of the Greek Parliament, but it was simultaneously the same time in 18 cities in the whole Greece. So we make a huge projection mapping show the same time, the same day, in 18 buildings. With, of course, the Organize of Greece 2021 committee. After 1 month, on May 2021, we have a collaboration with China island, Hainan. It's a new island. It's a technical island, and with Katerina Koskina, the curator from Greece, we make an exhibition, and personally I make the digital activations in the thesis, antithesis, synthesis in the Belt of Change, an international art exhibition in Hainan Island that the Greece, it was a honored country of this exhibition. A very nice thing is that this project, this physical project, it happens 100% remotely. And it was a very nice case study also for us, because we understand that two different, civilizations, Greek and Chinese, civilization, and we try to make something real, a physical exhibition with a WeChat application, because we use WeChat application for almost everything in order to send the installation there and set up everything. Another activation that Athens Digital Arts Festival makes in the COVID era, in February 2021, it was a very big activation. It was a 3D scan, the 3D virtual tour of the international airport of Greece, of Athens, Eleftherios Venizelos. This happened for educational purposes also, and it was a very good opportunity because you understand, and it's easy to understand that the airport, it was with almost nobody. So it was a great opportunity to have a huge scan of the airport, and it was something that hundreds of children, hundreds of schools every month, they're going to Athens International Airport. So this also it happens and it exists digitally. So we have also the connection with the students in the time of COVID. The last project that we're going to present you, it's the 17th International Digital Arts Festival of Greece that has the name, the theme Tactus, that took place in the heart of the historic center of Athens and in the very new premises of Museum of Modern Greek Culture. It was a very big festival, and I'm very proud and happy that we can make it happen, because it was very difficult. We was very, worried about the people, the distancings, the mask, all the situation of the COVID. But I'm very excited and very happy that we can manage to present more than 500 artists from worldwide, of a total of 5,500 submissions, more submissions, I think. So I'll close the presentation from a small words of some words from Eliana Peristraki, the head of curator of ADAF, that have the mentality and the methodology of our next steps. And after this, I will show you 2 very small videos. We believe that in a short time, when the COVID storm calms down, things will find their new balance. People will be used to the intense digital life, but will still be looking for something tangible and physical. All these conditions will change the audience, the requirements from festivals. We went from physical to digital and from digital to hybrid. We believe that our new version of Athens Digital Arts Festival is hybrid version and is the future, and we will establish itself as a festival practice worldwide. We aim to give emphasis to the public space, raising awareness and environmental issues via digital mediums. This condition has only positive benefits, as the rich content of the festival will be available to people even living thousands of miles away. So now we'll stop the presentation and I will open a video.
Thank you. Very good. Nice. And so, anybody?
Yes, can I present a small video for our audience?
Right.
Okay, share sound also. Share. So I see these images, and then I don't believe that before almost 2 or 3 weeks, we make something like this in this COVID area. And also the last thing I was to mention that we had with us in the last Athens Digital Arts Festival, 17th Athens Digital Arts Festival under the Acropolis Great Festival. We have with us very good friends and artworks from Poland. My best friend Andreas Guskos, Arek and Tomasz with us. And I'm very proud and very happy for this collaboration that we have so many years with us. And I hope we're going to have 100,000 of years in the next years with us also. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are very honored to take part in this great festival. So thanks, Ilias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilias. Thank you very much for listening to InCAST presentation until the end of today. So the second conference will be held tomorrow at 5 p.m. Japan time. Please tune in. And this concludes the first day of the InCAST conference. Please keep in touch with the presentators of this InCAST. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening. Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
ありがとうございました。